Alright, the goo's going. Can you hear me? Is my mic working? I think it's working. It's working. How's it going? It's going good. Played some Call of Duty this morning. I was watching Invasion of the Body Snatchers with my dad last night. I fell asleep. Yeah, I can see that. I don't blame you. You bought the game? No, I was playing Black Ops 6, not the new one. The new one the new one I'll get would continue later. It was interesting, would continue later. I see. Hold on, the dog is barking. Здравствуйте, товарищ. Привет, Soul. Homeskillet was just tiring a day for everyone, lol. My day was pretty easy. I had a fun, it was a pretty chill day. Let me get the dog really quick. Ridney Ran, welcome. How's everyone's day going? Sounds like it's going okay. Everyone's arriving early. Hey, Comrade Soul. Hey, Future Oil. You sound okay. Nice. Is this one a commission? Nope. Yeah, I've been playing a little Call of Duty. Just a little bit. It's been fun. Oh, Rini Ren, I saw your video, by the way. It was real good. Of the happiest dog. Call of Duty? What the? Oh, yeah. No, the old one. Black Ops 6. The new one is still 4 weeks out. That's my dog Ripley and my cute boyfriend. I see. Yeah, I'm probably gonna get the new Call of Duty and play the heck out of it. Even though, I don't know, I just didn't want to pull the trigger on Battlefield and, you know. I get it so you don't have to overthink it, lol. The art teacher in that group says I should build a still life setup to improve the lighting in my still life paintings. What the? Nice. Vince9 says hi. Hey man. How's it going? I think at the end of the day, I'm just like I'm like a real Call of Duty fanboy, which is what my name is, by the way, in that game. I just hate all the game types that are like Counter-Strike related, where you die and you have to wait the whole round to respawn. I just like classic Call of Duty where you run around and just kill mindlessly. There's still nuance and strategy to that, kind of sensing when they're gonna flip spawns and all this kind of stuff. And you know, there's strategic game types like hold the point or whatever it's called, you know, or capture this, capture that. But I don't really like the hardcore Call of Duties that are like Counter-Strike-esque. To me, that's just, I might as well go play Counter-Strike if I was gonna play that. COD fanboy. Yeah. I mean, I didn't spell it like that, but yeah. I embraced the title. I should title this. I should title this piece "Hungry Babies Want Eggs." Give me 1 second, guys. I'll be right back. Good sneeze. Bless. Nice. Bless you back also. Donkey? Nice. Thank you for the follow. Awesome work. Thank you. Caro Lestrange. Nice. Thank you. I appreciate that. Do you guys have swamps in Illinois? Yeah, I think I'm not sure if we have swamps. We definitely have bodies of water, but I don't know if we have swamps. Future World, do we have swamps in Illinois? My kid just left on a date with his girlfriend. Her father's driving them to a mall. What the? Who goes to the mall anymore? Just sit online. That's my advice. Just sit online all day. What the? No swamps, but we have a lot of conservatory forested lands areas. Nice. There are some marshes that are protected. They still got that young energy lull. They got time to go to the mall. Bro, I don't even. Yeah, I'm too tired. Like, just the idea of it is like, I'm already kind of like, oh, I don't know, bro. Like, the mall. You know, our mall, the mall we have closest to us is like decrepit and dying. It's really sad to watch them go. There's like two stores open. They're just hanging on by a thread. It's like, oh, bro. It's like watching like, I don't know. Like, it's like watching someone just like die. Basically, it's just so sad to go in there and there's like chipped tiles and all these closed storefronts and I'm like, oh man. Would have been cool if it wasn't like that, I guess, but that's awesome that it's protected. If it were in the Philippines, there's going to be illegal dwellers in there. Oh, not the malls. But damn, I wouldn't want any disease or insects or alligators beside my home. What about you know what I always thought? I think they should make like little micro cities for the like people for in the malls, because it's kind of like imagine you have like a little house in one of those stores, and you kind of have like this little tight knit neighborhood. That you can have like little scooters and like golf cart, like those mini golf carts. I've been seeing a lot of old people in my neighborhood just like use those mini golf carts to like get around, and it's kind of neat. I just think like living inside a mall would be kind of dope. I don't know, like there's so much real estate in America that's like not quite decrepit, and you could definitely reutilize it for something else. Like I know a lot of malls get converted for paintball fields or like not paintball fields, but what's the other one with the with the plastic BBs, airsoft, and yeah, I don't know. I just think it'd be kind of cool to like. It'd be like cheap living, kind of cool. And then you can have a hot dog stand right in there. It's kind of like once you populate it with people, you can bring back all the stuff. Once it's a little miniature city. Yeah, sad to see places go like that. It is a little sad, yeah. The mall, the American mall, kind of was like a big thing, I guess. Like it kind of started dying even when I was here. No, no, it was still pretty. Like I remember when I first came to America, like at 9, like it was still pretty. The malls was still a big thing. Um, and yeah, you just ever since then it just slowly has been dying out. I've heard of malls being converted into apartments. I think it's cool. The Philippines practice it mixed use residential facilities. They got everything one place, condominiums and mall below. It's super gentrified, so everything is expensive. Is gentrified? Does that mean like when rich people move in and they like raise the taxes, and then the poor people have to move out because they can't afford to like pay the taxes every year anymore? I'm not sure what gentrified means. I've heard that term before. I thought it meant something else kind of, but it's kind of funny though. Like rich people like with money, they have so much power that they can like move close to you, and it make it illegal for you to live next to them just by raising the taxes now. Like for being in their eyesight, they just raise the taxes for you, for your gaze to accidentally gaze upon them, and so you have to just move into a different area. That's why I try to. My neighbors were like, after we did all the pipe work on my house, they were asking if I was gonna cement my driveway. I'm like, no. Why would I raise my own? Like, why would I volunteer to spend money to raise my own taxes? You know, they're waiting. Those vultures are waiting to see like some improvement on my house. Some, and then they're gonna be like, oh, that's sorry. Now you gotta pay another $1,000 a year to live in your own house. I think back in the South Side, malls were ruined by crime for teenagers. Back in the South Side, malls were ruined by crime. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, but it is crime. But it's kind of like when things are dying, crime kind of like. I don't think it's just like crime was like is ever like the definitive thing. It's like it's lack of resources. Then crime kind of starts to move in there. No one's cleaning stuff up, and just turns to trash, and you just gotta eventually just gotta escape the area because. But I think it's not just like. I mean, crime, yeah, like it doesn't help, but I think it's one of the effects of other things, not so much the main cause of like malls going down or whatever. I could be wrong. I don't know. I saw a mall. I forgot which one, but it's the Urban Explorers YouTube rabbit hole. If there's, you guys know about no clipping? You guys know about that trend, the whole backrooms no clip thing? I think if there is such a thing, it's got to be in one of these abandoned malls that goes to a different universe. No clip is a cheat code. Abandoned malls are scary and sad. Yeah, dude. Dude, it'd be kind of fun to go like abandoned building exploring. I've seen people do it, especially like there's this one guy that does it in Russia, and he finds entire cities that were built in the Soviet Union that are still like pristine looking, but there's like books in the libraries and everything's like intact. And it's like everyone one day just got up and left, and it's very uncomfortable. It's very like to look at. It's just like, oh, I don't know. It just seems like you do kind of half expect like something to come out of that place. But yeah, I think urban exploring would be awesome. It's probably kind of dangerous though. Not I don't want to go into. I just don't want to go in the subway tunnels. Some people do the subway tunnel. I'm like, nah, I'm good. I'm good. That's for sure. For sure, like not only can you get lost, but just like all that mold. Um, I always expect some hobo to pop up. Well, yeah, because it's also warm there. I don't understand why homeless people don't try to venture in there more often, because it's like kind of just the city produces warmth under the, or maybe it doesn't. I don't know, but it just seems like there's a lot of those places would produce like, you know, like just it's kind of warmer. You're sheltered from the elements to some extent, and you're kind of sheltered from the police bothering you. I would have thought they would kind of do entire, you know. Would you be accepting to sleep there for a night for a 1 minute? Oh, that yeah, yeah. Well, then in that case, yeah, that wouldn't even be an issue. I'm just saying I don't like. Eventually, I feel like it's more of an issue of like climbing into like ancient catacombs and service tunnels that aren't necessarily like maintained that well. Like there's just stuff growing down there that if you breathe it in, you're very likely to get very sick. And like you can get lost and GPS won't find you, and nobody you know, some of these tunnels are from 200 years ago. You just don't know where things are gonna go. uh I'm just saying be kind of you know. But how much is that? $1 million? Yeah, that's not it. Yeah, of course, for $1 million I would risk a lot more than that. Like I would sleep there for a month for $1 million. What do you mean? $1 million, the way I spend money, would last me for the. I would literally stretch that for the rest of my life. I would just play Call of Duty and stream for you guys. Like that's all I would do. I would be like done, retired. Imagine walking up and a group of people are surrounding you with white robes, like the Ku Klux Klan. What the? I don't. Why would that happen? You just never know. Well, yeah, I guess you never really know, but that I'm not super scared of like that kind of thing. Some random. I've been seeing a lot of reels about working at a cemetery and haunted houses. Lol, they're so funny. Like they'd be paid to work there. Uh, I think haunted house would be fun. Just like scaring people would be kind of fun, and you know they volunteered for it, so it's not like you're doing anything bad really. But I think a haunted house would be a lot of fun to do. But as far as like cemeteries, wait, what was the first thing I've seen a lot? Yeah, working at a cemetery. I wouldn't want to work in a cemetery, to be honest. I just not that it's particularly like weird. I just don't want to work there. But there's also a new one, a haunted plane you can ride for free to go anywhere. I feel like I'd just be annoyed with the ghosts. Quit bothering me. I'm working here. You know what would be a place I definitely would not want to work in is a morgue. Like you know where they like put the dead bodies and stuff. I think that would be like very uncomfortable. And like they got the people in the cabinets and stuff, and I'm like, yo. Carolina, welcome, welcome. I don't like organs outside the body, thank you. Yeah, keep that inside. I think that's like the one place where I like would not want to be. Is it would be like, I don't want. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just it would be to me it'd be kind of depressing, to like work in a morgue. I guess like it's I don't know. Just in case anyone here works in a morgue, I don't want to disparage anyone. I'm just saying I personally would not want to be around that. Oh my god. Filet mignon. Nice. I worked in a morgue long time. Oh, what was that like? Dude, imagine if like you're working a late night, you're just finishing up the day, yada yada, and then suddenly like you think you see a body kind of move a little bit. I'd be like, closing up shop for the night. I'll finish this tomorrow morning. Or if the lights flicker at any moment. I need to hear about your, I was practicing as a plumber. Where haven't you worked, Carolina? It seems like you've done like every single job there is available. I think being a plumber would be good. I think learning like basic electric stuff to like redo outlets or like basic plumbing would be nice. I mean, I can like fix like I could like fix a thing, but I wouldn't know how to run like all the full system without, I'm sure there's like nuances you have to know about code and stuff, or but I'm just saying, like, I think I could do it on a rudimentary level if I just had to hook up like something super simple. Like I'd be able to figure it out, but I'm sure like, like in a cabin or something. I don't know. I did some drawings first of a hospital. First a hospital for their morgue freezer storage rooms. Whoa! Wait. I did some drawings first a hospital for their morgue freezer rooms. Like they asked you to paint their freezer morgue rooms. That's a weird request. But you're gonna be dealing with poop pipes. Sometimes. It depends on too. Like if you're the kind of plumber that builds industrial, like if they're building a industrial building, you just go in there and you're building new pipes. But if you're like a house to house, then yeah, you're gonna have to deal with some poop eventually. Which personally, I'm not super squeamish about stuff. Like to me personally, it's not a big deal. But I know some people would be like kind of taken aback at that. I worked in the tunnels under a medical center in Stockholm and saw everything underground. That was back when I was in architecture. Hospitals do more morgue, depends on which level hospital is it. There were more like construction drawings. Oh, I see. I thought they wanted you to like kind of like paint the bodies and stuff. Not paint on the bodies. I mean, like, they wanted an artistic interpretation of a morgue or something. I'm like, that's a little dark. What the? I worked with the team that took care of freezer rooms, and we had to make sure that everything worked. I worked with the team that took care of those freezer rooms. We had to make sure everything worked. Yeah. Yeah, you don't want those things to defrost. That's crazy. I guess it makes sense to like freeze them, right? I never even thought about that. So in a morgue, when they keep those people in the cabinets, like that's all frozen, right? Like that's all like kind of. Cold boxes, sad ending. Sounds super sad. Thank you for the follow. Casper Tattoos. Thank you. Uh, Mist Gris says big draftsman, big respect draftsman. Sorry. Uh, I thought a draftsman was somebody that did a specific type of work. Jipochi, isn't that what you were gonna do? Is become a draftsman? I don't think I don't think I'm a draftsman, but I'm not. I'm not sure if I'm not. I may be. I'm just not sure. I think a draftsman is a specific job related to architecture, but I don't like it. Too much work, too much stress, too much revisions, too much everything. Okay, so I'm not a draftsman then. Okay, unless somebody meant that like, unless they meant it different, like maybe in other countries it means like an artist or something. I don't know. The gnomes are gnarly. Those are healthy looking gums. Thank you. I worked as a draftsman too, very long time ago. But that was in those days when we did all the drawings by hand. As a draftsman, you deliver all the drawings to the designer. They made the design. We work out all the details. That takes time. Yeah. If I were to build like a cabin, I would just kind of like, I would just like eyeball it kind of. Let's be realistic. I just sort of half-guess the distances and stuff. Yeah, then it gets to the client, and then it gets to the engineer, and then send in all their revisions, and it all comes back to you and redo that stuff. Luckily, there's AutoCAD now. If it were the old times, I might have just unalive myself to restart a whole sheet lol. Oh, Slipknot fan, welcome. How's it going? Yeah, it seems like it's a intense job. Seems like it's one of those jobs that requires quite a bit out of you. That's why one became the engineer. Oh, you became the engineer later, Carolina? In the old days, we had to make revisions on old drawings, and sometimes there were many revisions on top of each other. If it was in ink, we could remove it with a knife. I became the engineer, all right. What drew you towards horror art? Do you think my art is horror? I don't know. I feel like it's... I don't know how... I mean, I don't feel like I draw horror. I just don't feel like that's what I do. I don't know. I just like stuff like this. It gives me... It makes me happy to draw it. It's very Lovecraftian. I agree. I think this one is Lovecraftian. Yeah. It's more sci-fi than fantasy. I think I do lean more towards like I want sci-fi, but I want it to be like not super age distinct. Like I don't want this to feel like a specific year. I want it to kind of feel like it could be in the future or the past. Like the age doesn't matter to me in terms of like what I'm drawing. I want it to feel like it's outside of time in a sense. I mean, the pipe sort of suggests that it's post-industrial age, at least on this planet or wherever they are. But you know, that's not like the important thing to me to express. I just kind of like I have to put them in some sort of an environment, and I see factories in my mind, so or some sort of industrial hellscape. I volunteered as a part-time usher for Formula One. It's coming January, I think. How? I don't. I don't understand how you can volunteer for. Don't you have to like be in the biz? That's really cool though. Usher, a part-time usher for Formula One. It's coming to where you live right now. I don't want to dox you. And then, like, what does an usher do? Like, you help out, like, bring water. They're looking for people now for your country. And so, like, you bring water and stuff, and like, or what do you do? Like, is it like more? The only usher I know is a musician or something like that. I guide spectators and all, or just stand and zone out. I don't. How do you even find out about stuff like that? Do they pay you at all for that, or is that like you do it for free because you love Formula One? I used to volunteer at an interactive sports museum. Uh, I don't get paid. I think I get merch. Nice. That merch is still pretty cool. And then you can talk about it. Like you can tell your kids when you're old that you have merch and stuff. That's fantastic. Will you be allowed to take photos? The interviews will start at November 28th through 31. Is it like they want you to know stuff, or like what's the interview about? Like, do they want you to be like a kind of a racing fan? That I'm assuming. Maybe they will see which job I'll be doing. There was a question on there if I will be willing to drive a trolley cart for persons with disabilities. I think that's gonna be for the person who can speak Arabic, since most of the spectators are locals. What's a good food to eat? I'm craving for some roasted chicken with basmati rice. Nice. How long have they had the car driving stuff in that country? The Formula One stuff. There was there was one here last year. I attended a race for free because my friend got a spare ticket for her company. Just a bunch of cars making earring sounds. That's so funny. I'd like to go see Formula One for like a minute too. Like I'm kind of the same. I'd like to just go there like one time. Obviously, I would need beers because like I'm gonna be honest, racing is boring for me. I like the car. I like the way the cars look and stuff. I'd like to have like a red car or something. I don't know. But yeah, I would like to go, maybe drink a few beers and leave. But I believe that it's interesting to people who like it. I just don't get the appeal of it really. But I'm not a hater. I just am not like into it. I prefer tennis lol. Nah, not even tennis. Maybe it's much fun at VP side. There would where they would see the wheels being changed and all. Yeah, yeah, I guess I think differently than you because I can always find a way to justify not doing something. Like you get into stuff and I try to find. I'm like, I would have thought about the Formula One stuff and I would have been like, nah, I'm good. You know, you know what the other thing is too is like the fact that they have like such like those Formula One people. They have like gajillions of dollars. The fact that they're like asking for people to like volunteer for free. I don't know. It just seems like it's they can like give you money. You know what I mean? At the Gen AD side, we could just see cars drifting on a curve. I think that's what I said. I'm like, you got money, give it to me. That's what I always say. No, I'm just kidding. Um, what the? They got all that. They have that oil money, you know. It's not like it's not. It's one thing when people are stingy. It's like I get it if you worked hard in a really boring place your entire life, and like you can't let go of that $1. But when you're like, when you've made your entire like multi generational wealth off of like sitting on oil, it's like, bro, just give me 10 grand. Like, um, all these effort for their event needs to be compensated a little. Even their merch feels like there's a gold nugget inside because every cap t-shirt keychains are so overpriced. Maybe rip off the golden emblems off the t-shirts and hats and sell that gold for money. I don't know. I'm like, it's a once in a lifetime experience. I have to buy one. True. Baxi, I think you're taking art a bit too seriously. I think it's the same. Didn't we ban this guy, Japochi? I swear it's the same. The Baxi guy. I feel like we banned him for the other thing. A band banded. What the? We have a Twitch user amongst us. Yawning Camel says hello again. Hey, Yawning Camel, how's it going? Was there any inspiration from? Is there any inspiration from Zidlaslav Basinski work? No, I was just drawing mouthy creatures. I know who you're talking about, though. This was originally just more of a sketch of perspective sketch. I was practicing like sort of setting up the perspective, and then I kind of slowly evolved in the direction that it did. I just decided to, because I had the eye and the nose, and I got rid of those things to kind of set in a little bit more of a creepy vibe. This, you know what? This would be a good COD skin for my well, Call of Duty. Guys, I'll be back in just 1 second. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Jensen T, welcome. Welcome, welcome. How's it going? Uh, Helene Coinor says no, was 6. Nice. Drawing some love. I guess this is very Lovecraftian, more so than like Alien, but yeah. Ugh. I gotta sneeze.
Arasaka, the finest in personal and commercial weaponry. Rail, power, EMP, guns by Arasaka. Rail, power, EMP, guns by Arasaka.
We almost there? We're in the same spot we were when we started. I haven't moved an inch. You know what? I'm gonna change these bricks here. I don't like the way it's turning out. I'm gonna have to do something like that. What's today? We are at Sunday, Saturday, Sunday. Okay. Sorry. When I started working from home, I no longer notice what day it is or time. I didn't want to. I'm trying to not make their teeth too sharp. I want them to be look a little bit more like grotesque and sort of like some sharp teeth, but not too much of a. I want them to be a little bit more like molars with some sharp elements, not so much sort of hyper predator type. I'm thinking about drawing a picture. I'm drawing like a sort of industrial hellscape with numbers and things of that nature. And there's one Quake map I really like visually in Quake, the first Quake. It'd be cool to like draw that and then draw two little guys and one like doing like they're playing a match, and one is getting like sort of destroyed with a railgun. You know how that game type in Quake where you like one hit. What is it called? Like insta something. Anyway, I kind of think like honestly, for those who have played Quake, you must remember the Insta-Gib or something like that it's called, like where you it's the entire game is just people running around shooting each other with rail rifles and everything's a one-hit kill. Well, I think that's kind of the birth of, honestly, because I just know this for a fact. The original Call of Duty was made on the Quake engine and has been sort of evolving from there since then. I'm sure by now it's like a completely different monster like it's not, none of the code is the same, but I kind of think Call of Duty's success was like sort of actually transferring the Insta-Gib gameplay into what felt like a real game with like machine guns and stuff, but it was essentially that instant gratification, kind of like instantly deleting someone, and there was SMGs and stuff, but like I think that's like fundamentally like the core. I remember when I was a little kid playing Call of Duty, I would always think, I'm like, how's this game, like, cause I remember playing like the original Call of Duties on PC, and it was around the time of Halo 1, and I'm like, bro, these people have like no idea, like, like, you know, I always thought like Call of Duty should have become like a huge success, and then it like did. I guessed it inside my mind and never told anyone, but like I was like, dude, this game is like so far ahead of its time in terms of like, this was back when the first Call of Duty was around. Not the first one. Maybe like, yeah, like United Front or whichever one. I forget what the names were, but the combat was so visceral compared to like most games where you like slowly drain their health down, that I'm like, this is so much better. And here I am, 35, still playing Call of Duty sometimes. First transit. Welcome, man. Good morning. Nice. Welcome, man. Oh, this morning I was going heavy with the guys. If you want to be super annoying in Call of Duty, for those who play that game, if you want to be like super fucking annoying, grab the SVD rifle and take the scope off of it because it's technically a sniper rifle, and it's like anything above the chest and up is a one-shot kill, and you just sit there and you delete people. It's just a clicker simulator, and you're just deleting people. It's one of the most. It's just incredible that they left it in the game. I'm almost thinking about just like hitting Call of Duty again, like really heavy, and playing like a bunch of hours to like get really good at that, because it just instantly deletes everything. Uh, Warzone or the new Call of Duty. Oh god, I don't play Warzone, bro. I'm a standard TDM like, or just like I like normal Call of Duty. I like normal like deathmatch, or I don't like, I don't like Warzone at all. I don't like any of the extraction stuff. That's not me. I don't like the Counter-Strike-esque games where you die and you have to wait 5 minutes to get back in the game. I just like regular good old Call of Duty. Um, your goo is satisfying. I don't know, Japoj. I don't think you should phrase anything that way. I think you should whatever you're trying to say. I would rephrase that. My good. Think the alien good is satisfying just to be. Oh, okay. I was about to say. I'm like, maybe like change up the wording and. What was I talking about? Yeah, family friendly. Yeah, we're trying to keep it we're trying to keep it PC or whatever the phrase is. Like, look, if we make the show too dirty, when it's time to sell out to Disney, I won't have, you know what I mean. They're gonna AI scrub my stream, and then they're gonna like find all the instances, and so it's just for later, for when I'm ready to like exit out and retire and like sell out. I'm gonna need like that clean, squeaky clean kind of look. I'm still outside just waiting for my sister-in-law to clock out of work. Nice. I hate work. Work on Sunday. What the? I think Forrest is gonna give in low. I think Forrest is gonna. Are you gonna buy? What were you saying about COD? Oh, I'm definitely gonna buy the next COD. I decided I was gonna pick up Battlefield because all the hype. There's a lot of hate right now towards the. I'm not a super big fan of Call of Duty. Like when they do the advanced warfare, like when you're running on walls. But I'm like, I look to Battlefield and I'm just like, bro, I just know who I am at this point. I mean, my name in Call of Duty is a Call of Duty fanboy, so that's it. Just is what it is. I just like that the gameplay. I don't want to revive people. I want to, I like a little bit of strategy with some of the like team oriented sort of games, but ultimately I'm there to like I just want to like kind of, you know, run around and not overly. I don't like games like Counter Strike. I don't like, you know, I just want to respawn and get back in the fight and kind of like that. That's more my theme, and I like the way the gunplay feels. I like the normal stuff of Call of Duty and zombies. Yeah, I've never been like, especially like the extraction type games. It's like I don't like the feeling of I don't like to be that cranked out. You know, I'm there to kind of chill in the morning, like drink my coffee, play a few rounds. I'm not. I don't want to be like. I don't want to be like that. Like I'm that level of like where you can't die at all, and it's just like it's just this life and death kind of vision. Just not the experience I'm looking for. So I like standard like Call of Duty. You know, I thought, well, for a second, I thought Straftat was going to become my new thing, but I really like Straftat is. It was made by those two French brothers, and it has that like very. I love the vibes of the game. I love that whole like dystopian. It's not even clear like where you're at. It's just like this alternate creepy universe, but it's a 1v1 shooter, and I just don't. I'm more into like casual two teams versus two teams kind of like. Um, Right, I didn't like them getting everyone back with the defibrillator. I'm surprised. I don't know I don't know if you spelt defibrillator right, but if you did, congrats, because I couldn't do that to save my life. Defibrillator. I'm gonna assume you spelt that right. I have no idea. Oh yeah, I forgot to download it. Lol. I was trying to clear some side quest I missed in Red Dead Redemption 2. The defib system kind of sounds corny. Bro, that's how I would spell it because I don't know how to spell defibrillator. I'm almost not even able to, I almost can't say it right. Defibrillator. I have to just get the right amount of sleep to say that word all the way through. It's spelled right, my friend. Nice. Dude, I'm just impressed. Like, that's so many letters in a row you gotta get right. It's like, too many. Defibrillator. But yeah, I just want like I just want a Call of Duty type game, but you know, it's like with Black Ops 6, I think the thing that I'm not vibing with like overall is their vision, like is their visual language. All the call tags, all the skins, like the guns are the only thing that kind of brings it back. If you just look at the world overall, like the maps, none of them are particular, like visually, like none of them are super appealing. They're all right. They're like maps, you know. I don't feel any different about any of the Call of Duty maps than I did like about the map Office from Counter Strike. It's all kind of like meh. I think their world vision and the skins for the characters. I never came across a single character that I was like, well, I want that skin. But not even once, except for the turtle the turtle ninja one I bought. That's it. In the entire game, I was just like, it doesn't matter which one you have. None of them look that cool until a turtle ninja, and it's just the game didn't have the right vibes. I want somebody to make a COD, but just don't make it like lame, like visually. Like I don't know, everything seems kind of like, let me do it. Let me make the skins. The one with the suburbs. COD map I can remember is Nuketown map. Oh, I remember Nuketown. Be right back. Gotta shutting data off. Letter bro. Shutting data off? Nice. Not sure what you're saying, but thank you. Thank you, Japochi. Man, I got to talking. I forgot all about the art. Sorry, I had to get the Call of Duty complaining out because if you enjoy hearing someone complain about video games, you're in the right place. Oh, Kamuwamu, hey, I've been getting back into Call of Duty. I know you like that game. I decided I'm gonna buy Black Ops 7 because I just am. I'm on mobile data. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, you don't wanna chew through that for sure. I appreciate you using mobile data on the stream. I know that's a move. That's a bro move. Like you're using it's like you have water it's like you have a bottle of water in the desert and you just decided to take a few sips for me. I appreciate it. I'm of course connected to I'm hardwired into the net, so I'm good. But yeah, I went back to Kamawamu. I went back to my ultimate strategy, the SVG. I'm telling you, this is if you want to make people angry, this is what you do. SVG, no scope, put all the power upgrades to make the damage be maxed out, and you're just one-shotting people with basically a no scope rifle. It's basically a sniper rifle with no scope, so you're increasing how fast you can pull it up. And once you kind of get used to how slow it is, and you kind of know where to preemptively aim, you're literally just deleting people across the map with one shot, and it's so incredible. Like you can when you kill like 4 people in like half, like, you know what I mean? Like it's I don't know. It's like you can feel people getting angry on the other team. I often wonder the futility of COD, but then I think, yeah, fuck it, I love it, I don't care who knows. Yeah, dude. Well, my gamer tag on Call of Duty's COD fanboy, so I embrace it. Like, it doesn't matter what you. I mean, would it be better to like read books? Maybe. But you know what? The way I look at it is like all my ancestors and all of these people, they said we did it for you, right? And I'm like, why don't I just stop and just say thank you and just enjoy where we're at? Why do I have to keep learning and suffering? Like, why not just stop for a second and be like, you know what? This is great. This is fantastic. Just let me play COD and just watch movies and relax. Why do I need to feel like I need to invent the best next thing, which isn't even gonna happen? Let's be realistic. If I torture myself, is it gonna help anybody? I think not. With whatever, trying to improve, like self-improvement or whatever people do. I think it's okay if improvement stops for one generation. We'll be alright. Wrecking people with no-scope sniper is the ultimate troll pleasure. Moral principles go out the window. Yeah. There's that. Well, you remember that little Italian map where you like there's that little Italian map with that center missing, and then on the left side you have that hallway. Dude, you can get in the hallway, right, where they spawn behind that kitchen cabinet, and just aim to the left a little bit. Like, even throw smokes, it doesn't matter, right? Throw smokes, get to that corner, aim to the left of that corridor, and because it has so much power, you can like delete people because they're gonna be standing behind that corridor, 2 or 3 of them all the time, and you just randomly put a couple shots through there and just to check if they're standing there. And sometimes you'll pick up 1 or 2 kills. Just like it's just so much fun. To do that. You would think that rifle wouldn't work at all on a small map like that, but just because it's so that map is so corridor heavy, you can like you can kind of pop off a little bit. I don't remember that map you're talking about, but okay, yeah, I forget what it's called too, but it's their, it's like a very small, I mean, it would be in rotation even today, probably. I've only played a little bit of COD last night, because I was thinking about picking up Battlefield 2, or sorry, Battlefield 6, and I fixed that, that security, that, whatever, that boot thing, that, open boot, secure boot or something. And then there was 2.0 MBS or something like that you had to activate on your mother. I had to climb into my BIOS to be able to buy Battlefield, but then I was looking at Battlefield and I'm like, nah, I'll just wait till COD 7 comes out, or Black Ops 7 comes out, because I just know myself well enough that I'm just gonna enjoy that game regardless. Even though I'm not super into the future stuff as much. I almost wish they would just do like, just stop doing modern, like, because they keep doing Modern Warfare, Black Ops, Future, right? They keep that's the triangle right now. I think they need to do a COD that's like just lets go of that a little bit and just do alternate, maybe like alternate World War I, something like that. Like, I think they need to do like some sort of like, this is our own world vibes, you know what I mean? Like, not World War I, but like alternate World War, like just make it like, you know, like this is our universe we crafted, kind of to separate themselves from any kind of like expectations. I think it'd be cool, and then they could come up with all kinds of skins. It's not very good customer service if one needs to mess around with a whole bunch of settings. I think if you have to climb into your BIOS to like play a game that is a little bit like worrisome that it's getting to that point. Apparently, I was complaining the other day about my motherboard not having a chip to go to Windows 11, but apparently it does have all that stuff. I don't know why I was told that it doesn't. I was looking up tutorials about enabling whatever I needed for Windows 11, and I did, and it works fine. If I want, I can put on Windows 11 tonight. I kind of don't want to do it. The only reason I don't want to go to Windows 11 is I'm afraid my OBS will not work properly. And then if that starts crashing, then it's going to create a whole slew of issues that I don't want to deal with necessarily. I'd really enjoy alternate World War II COD with some steampunk elements. Like maybe a kill streak could be some steam-powered mech robot. I'd love that. I'm pretty sure Activision will never do that because steampunk aesthetic is a bit niche. I would do like I would lean more into like this is what I would say. This is how I would phrase it. Diesel punk. But never say those words. Never say those words. Just show cool stuff, and people will speculate on what it is. Like, but I think I'm not a big fan of like. The thing I like steampunk to a point, but there's a lot of steampunk adjacent kind of philosophy where they have like a car. Let's say like there's a lot of this kind of like imagine like a car, but the pipes will have like a horn, like instead of like a pipe coming in, you know what a car pipe is, right? And then at the end of it is like a silly horn or something, and then like there's like a bunch of like silly like steampunk has like this kind of a lot of times it has like this kind of silliness to it where there's things like opening and I don't know, like it just has like too much of that like kind of I don't know how to explain it, just junky, unnecessary kind of like garbage like on top of everything just for no I've seen steampunk that I like, but I've also seen a lot of steampunk I don't like, and there's just like a lot of like you know, stuff like that. But I think as long as it's like a little bit more hard, like imagine Call of Duty but like set in the world of Wolfenstein, right? Like but maybe not so technological, not quite as technologically advanced. Basically Call of Duty and Wolfenstein. Like that's kind of what I'm talking about, is more of that diesel punk kind of aesthetic. Show the aesthetics but never say what it is. Yeah, because it's if you say the words steampunk, that's gonna turn people off. I think I would, if you do say something, say diesel punk, but I would just not even say it. I think if they can sell the futuristic COD, which I think is the lamest one of them all personally, like that clean sort of, they're trying to capture the people who like the Elysium. Have you seen the movie Elysium? That aesthetic, the clean sort of futuristic. I think like that's the lamest one for me personally. But I think if they did, let's say they did Modern Warfare, Future, and then went to like the sort of dirty, grimy diesel punk, that would be my favorite one. And they can throw in a sprinkle of, you know, the steampunk stuff. You know. I don't get it. Why is it in the games that capture your interest so much? Why is it in the games? I try to stay open-minded, but I don't. It doesn't sound interesting to me at all. Running around and shooting each other. What is the point? I don't get it. Sounds more fun to work at a morgue. Well, no, they. Yeah, but if people weren't mindlessly shooting each other, there wouldn't be morgues. Well, I guess there still would be, but I don't know. I can't explain it. It's just a visceral nature of wanting to win, and like I don't know. It's like a sport, but your body doesn't move. I imagine like sports, but your body doesn't move, so you're not getting tired. You're getting all the dopamine minus the headache of having to be sore the next day. I guess you'd have to try it. You'd have to try it and see if it, you know what I mean, like. That sounds fun. But before, yes, it's like a sport feeling that, feeling of getting better at one's aim and situational awareness within an arena. Yeah, you do. You get an understanding of the map. Like you learn. You learn the maps. You learn where people spawn. Soldier dude, thank you for the raid. Let me do a quick little shout out here. No, my brush fell. Dude, thank you so much for the raid, man. How was your stream? Hello, friend. Hello. How was the old stream? Did you guys have a good time? Good and chill? Nice. Yeah, we're just chilling, talking about Call of Duty. Might play some BF6 later. Oh, dude, you're gonna hate me. I turned back to COD. I'm like, I'm just gonna play COD. Like cause I had that anti-cheat problem. I was gonna buy Battlefield 6. I was gonna buy Battlefield 6, and I was like, I fixed my computer BIOS, whatever it needed, to have the whatever to let it play, and then I realized. It sounds kind of boring, but I can understand it. I get it. It's not for everyone. But Carolina, have you ever played first-person shooters? It's like I would need to see that you've actually played it, right? Before we judge. I don't know. I think Battlefield is more of the like it's the one step above Call of Duty in terms of intellectual your brain, you know, your overall awareness. Also, thank you, kind sir, for the SO. Yeah, no problem. How much does it cost to play all those games? It sounds expensive. Honestly, if you're like most guys will they'll pick a Gears of War, Call of Duty, or whatever, and they'll kind of stick with one or two of those titles. And usually most normal people will probably buy like 2 of those a year, like a new Call of Duty and a new Battlefield, you know, bounce between those 2 games, and that'll probably run you $140 a year. It's actually, being a gamer is actually kind of like, it can be expensive, but honestly, it's one of the least expensive hobbies you can have. Like, if you wanna burn through a bunch of money, if you wanna burn through a lot of money, start a vehicle project. Go buy an 80s vehicle and start restoring it. You're gonna burn through thousands of dollars and then have a barely functioning vehicle at the end of it. That's an expensive hobby. You better be making 6 figures if you wanna start that hobby. Call of Duty or playing video games is like, it's probably less expensive than being like a book collector. If we're being honest, I buy two games a year. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that would be what would be fun game to start with. It depends on you. I'm more, I bounce between shooter games and I play. It's really hard to say because it's such a big world out there. I definitely don't take you as somebody that would like get into Call of Duty. I would definitely, but I'm sure there's a game out there. Probably resource management, colony builder. Anything with like colony resource management you might enjoy, which I do too. There's a game called Oxygen Not Included. That's a really good one. It's a little bit more on the complicated side for like newer players, but today video games cost $70 plus they drain you on upgrades at attack. I am definitely really glad I was born in the time that I was, because I feel like with my art, anytime before now, I would have been screwed in terms of like, like it just wouldn't be acceptable to draw things like this. So I'm definitely glad that I can kind of just sit here and not worry about that kind of thing. Kind of the dark art kind of stuff. Overwatch. I never played that, to be honest. Back. My kid took over my PS4 when he was 8, and now the PS5. I always have and always will be a PC fanboy at the end of the day. I've always gravitated towards having a PC because that was my first thing. And no, actually, if I think about it, we had that Korean knockoff called Suber that was supposed to be a Nintendo. It was like a Nintendo copy. And so actually, now that I think about it, the first thing I gamed on was not a PC. But I've always, I did go. I think the Xbox 360 days; those were really good days. but I always knew I would return home one day to the PC land. I think Overwatch is pretty cool introduction to first-person shooter games because aim isn't as important. Plus, it's a team game, so one won't feel shitty if one loses. One never feels shitty if he just blames the teammates like I do every single game. No, I'm just kidding. Um, Thank you for the follow. Thank you. So if I'm not a first-person shooter, then what am I then? How is COD multiplayer working then as a team? If I showed up there, nobody would want to have me in a team as an amateur. No, you'd get placed. You would get placed in your bracket if you made a new email account or whatever. Or I mean, you've never played it, so it doesn't matter. But you would get put into the lowest lobbies with the people that are just beginning for the most part, and you'd grow from there. They do have they have skill based matchmaking, which in this case works in your favor because you're not gonna get put in a lobby where people are. Well, you are most likely if you've never played shooter games, even the lowest ranked lobbies are gonna be a little bit too much, but it won't be like something completely insane. But I would just play through the campaign a couple of times, honestly. If you can get through Call of Duty and like a veteran campaign, you can most likely be a good beginner, solid beginner player after that. That would be my assessment. COD isn't exactly a team game. Sometimes you might come across a coordinated team, but it's quite rare. What Foro says is true. Just play the single player story mode. There's no pressure. You can get used to the mechanics on your own time. Oh, I want to go back to complaining about Call of Duty. Do you guys remember the whole the ranked, not ranked, but you're getting put you're getting put in a skill bracket, and everyone said that it was way too much, and I did feel that a lot. Like after you win a few games, you kind of get to go into like, seems like you're going against pro teams. After if you're a decent player and you win a couple matches, you're now like in the you're facing people who seem to be like almost pro tier. And one time I'm pretty sure I did go across like an actual team because other names and the costumes they were wearing. But I have heard that Battlefield 7, or it's not Battlefield. Oh my god, Call of Duty Black Ops 7 is gonna have they're gonna ease up on that a little bit. It's not gonna be the highest priority thing. It's gonna be ping first. So I'm kind of excited to see, because it'd be kind of cool to play like old COD, like where you had like a monster player, a few okay players, and a bunch, and the rest were like targets. And just crush lobbies like we used to before all of that kind of stuff happened with the ranked matchmaking or whatever. It's a fun pursuit. I lost quite a lot, but after 20 years of playing, I eventually became a mid-tier player. I'm not sure I have that much time left. You just have to be like that French woman with the cigarettes and the tobacco. You need to start smoking, or you need to start consuming tobacco and tons of chocolate every day if you want to make it to 120. And then you can become that is me. Nice. Then you can play COD and get really good at Call of Duty. I have to accept to remain a lower tier player. No, I think it's all about reflexes. Honestly, like I think like as long as you got good reflexes, Call of Duty is mainly hinged on your ability to respond to, you know, your sort of reaction. You know, you got to develop a sense for the game, but it's, I don't think that I think Halo is more of a game that relies more on knowledge, maybe. Whereas Call of Duty is a little bit more like a fly swatter. Like once you get good at fly swatting, you can always do good at Call of Duty. You just got to have a faster kind of processing time. Do I need to buy one of those controls to maneuver? Kinda. Like, you don't have to have a controller. You can use your keyboard and mouse, but I imagine like you can play with a standard console controller or with a keyboard and mouse. Yeah. Like, I'm assuming Carolina doesn't have a controller. I'm assuming she has like a mouse and keyboard unless she's on the laptop. It's kind of like a yes and no. The thing is, if like a regular office person who has a standard computer, you can get away with that mouse and keyboard that you have, but it's definitely better if you're gonna stick with mouse and keyboard to like go out and buy just like a $40 mouse instead of like a $3 Walmart mouse, you know, just for the DPI and stuff like that. But if you're gonna go controller, which is probably the best way, because you know that's probably the best way to do it. By the way, thanks for liking my last painting on Insta. Nice, nice. Yeah, I try to go on there and see stuff. I try to keep an eye on stuff. Technically, mouse and keyboard is more accurate control method, but one's wrist won't appreciate the carpal tunnel. Yeah, I think I have to push back on that a little bit. You're right in that it is more accurate if the controllers weren't getting boosted hard with the auto aim. Sometimes it feels like it locks onto the enemy players when you're playing with a controller. It's almost better to start with the controller just because of how much it, like when I know they added slight auto aim, like they play around with like how much they give the console versus mouse, because it used to be that you had raw input on the mouse, and which is fine if you know, the problem is that a lot of these games they've been slowly adding more and more like magneticism and to the guns and the bullets, to where it tricks you into thinking you're doing a lot better than you are. The mouse would always win against the controller if the controller was not tricking you into thinking that it's not adding auto aim, essentially, to some extent. But in today's world, with all these adjustments, I would almost go with a controller just because it's like the mouse learning curve is, I think, longer to master, but is more accurate. But it's like you're on a faster treadmill for no reason, kind of. It's like you have to focus more to hit targets while they're kind of pointing at you, and then things happen. I'm not saying it's like that crazy, but the reason that the cross-platform works is because they've carefully tuned to make sure both are sort of in the realm of competitive against each other. One of the ways to test that, if you turn on Halo 3 and try to shoot a teammate with a sniper, you'll get an idea of what raw input would be if it wasn't helping you out on a controller. It's devastating when I found that out. because you know reality set in. If one has no experience with controller but has used a mouse for everyday tasks in their work, I recommend a keyboard and mouse. I think I'm fast on my keyboard, so that's a good start. Bakal edit says, "Oh my god, so good." Thank you, Bakal. That's on Kick. That's on Kick. I can't believe I just looked at the time. I can't believe I've been drawing for 4 hours almost. Time's flying today. I personally I've always been a fan of keyboard and mouse. The only time I switch is for some games, like I can't think of any, but usually when I get tired, like really tired of playing mouse and keyboard, but normally I'm just like it's just what I did since I was a kid, so I'm a mouse and keyboard player forever now. For hours, man. As soon as they come up with a 30-hour work week, I might start playing video games again. Yeah. Hopefully that eventually happens. They just outlaw working more than 30 hours, and I don't know. I don't know how that I don't know how that would work, because some people do need to work more than 30 hours, but yeah. Like I said, maybe that when we were talking about the AI the other day, maybe like when AI takes over, it'll be like that, where it'll sort of start to slow, like we go post scarcity, it'll slowly reduce the hours. This is what I would do. Is so you don't have a dramatic shift to from people having meaning and working, and then they have nothing to do because AI takes care of everything. Just like slowly reduce the amount of hours that you have to work in your society until they find things to do with their free time, like read books, play video games, go on walks, and then eventually you obsolete work completely when everyone's like down with the not working. You know, and some people they're so used to it that they'll just keep doing it on auto mode. 4 hours, man. As soon as they come up. Oh, I started with a mouse and keyboard, Doom, Quake, Wolfenstein, but with the advent of FPS consoles, I just started playing FPS on console controller. I can still play with mouse and keyboard though. The muscle memory dies hard. It took mankind 200,000 years to come up with a 40-hour work week. So by my calculations, in another 100,000, we will get a 30. No, I think time and development tends to move faster. I don't think it's a linear process. We could go back too in time in terms of development, but you know, if there's a big war or something. But I'm hopeful that you know, I'm hopeful things are moving in the right direction, despite all the stuff happening. But Doesn't sound like it's happening in our lifetime. Yeah, it's hard to say, right? Never thought about that. It's interesting to know why the 40-hour work week became standard. Why did we come up with the 40-hour figure? I suppose it's got something to do with our agriculture and the movements of the sun. No, it would take 50,000 years to go to 30 hours. With 100 years, you would reach 20 hours. Either way, it doesn't sound like it's happening in our lifetime. In reality, it will take another 10 years to get to 100 hour per year. In reality, it will take another 10 years to get to 100 hours per year. Sounds like I hear someone mowing their lawn. Yeah, I'm done mowing my lawn this year. I'm just done with. I don't care if the grass grows or it doesn't grow. I'm just done with it. That era is that's behind me now. Maybe one more time, but then I'm done for sure. Contemplating mowing lawn to pick up leaves. Are they still coming down? Your HOA is gonna get you? We don't have an HOA where I live. We just live in a normal neighborhood. I've heard of that. Like, there's some places. I was talking to a buddy of mine that used to live in like a place that had that kind of thing, and they would like, they can basically tell you how to live your life. It sounds like. He left a shovel out or something like that, and then they hit him with like a fee or something like that. I'm just not. I have like I have a regular neighborhood. I'm just not a big fan of being told what to do like that. I don't. Can they move? Can an HOA? Can they move into your neighborhood if you didn't previously have one? Can like people vote on that? I just let my garden get overgrown, let the small creatures enjoy themselves. I have a corner like that in my backyard. I have a corner like that where there's just like bushes and trees and like grass clippings that I've been collecting from mowing the lawn. So I'm sure there's all kinds of life happening there. They're just loving life in that corner, you know. I'm sure there's like a ton of snakes and whatever other kind of creatures. HOA are like their own government body. Yeah, but they can't move into. Can they move into a normal neighborhood, or it's like it's usually like HOAs exist in like new neighborhoods, right? If you're like, if it's just a random house, I don't have an HOA. It would cost thousands to fight them. Yeah, like I said, I don't have an HOA, so I'm good. I mean, I keep my stuff pretty clean. Like it's just a normal house. Like I don't do anything crazy. I just mow the lawn. No one really bothers me. So I would like not to have that. What you're describing sounds like a nightmare. It's like, I don't know. Sarah Gigo, guys. I'm just kidding. HOA can't move in. Oh yeah, because I'm sure like if they voted or something, I just can't imagine paying a fee. Like you have to pay them a fee for them to watch you, and I get it. Like if you want to live in a very uniformed environment and like everyone's like, you know, but I'm just like, just not into that world. I would rather live in like a rinky-dink trailer in the middle of nowhere than live in like some nightmarish HOA like where you're being watched like that. And so I can just even imagine the kind of people who would volunteer to be a part of that. It's just not my vibe. But you know, I'm not hating on it. I just don't want. You have an HOA, Future Oil? You have it? Sounds awful. Because it's like you have a mini manager that watches you. Like you have a manager at work. You have a manager watching your house. You know, you got a manager inside. It's just management all over. And I just, like I said, I'm like a feral cat. I just can't exist like that. All right, let me come right back here in a second. I keep bringing bottles of water, even though I already have bottles of water. What does HOA mean? HOA, it's an acronym for, it's like home association, something like that. They like control how you live your life. I don't like it. Almost bought a house with an HOA in Indiana, but I pulled out at the last minute. Yeah, that would be my course of action. You know. I'm just sitting over here thinking how to shade this in more efficiently. Homeowners Association. You buy a house, but your house is yours and other people's. No, it's like yours, but you are governed by an HOA. I think. I think HOA exists in the UK. The nearest thing would be a freeholder that has control over the standards of block of apartments. You own your apartment, and occasionally the freeholder says you need to pay them $5,000 for something. Yeah. I mean, the thing is, I kind of get it. Like, you don't want to move into a neighborhood and then somebody else moves in and they're like a slob and they're like not, they're just not being like down with like kind of the energy of the neighborhood that you want to live in. Like, some guys are like I have a neighbor that's like a long guy. He loves being out there with his little like just every chance he gets. Not hating, I'm just saying, like, he's into that lawn care. I'm sure he wants to exist in a world where other people are into their lawn care to that exact same extent. And I'm just kind of like, I mow my lawn every 2 weeks or whatever. That's kind of like more my speed. And that's what I mean is just there's more, it's just different folks, different strokes. And I'm more of a casual Andy when it comes to lawn care or what tree trimming and stuff like that. But, everyone has their own hobbies, and I'm sure those people would like me to be regulated more tightly and forced to put more effort into my lawn, which I'm not going to, so. First Strains, thank you. Yeah, F them. Liked your lawnmower sound effects. Well, that wasn't my lawnmower sound effect. That was my what's the thing with the little with the plastic thing that spins? The trim thing. The lawnmower is more like, well, not like that, but I guess the electric ones you can't really hear at all. Those are my favorite ones. God bless the people who buy electric lawnmowers. You can't hear anything. I'm not buying a new lawnmower till my breaks, but for the people who have bitten the bullet on that, I really appreciate the lack of noise. Weed Whacker, that's right. Nice, thank you. I thought they had control over the administration, common area, and hiring of staff for maintenance and. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure how it all works. I just know I don't want it. But if HOA can sell your house, not good to buy a house under their name. I don't know if they can sell your house. I think they can like fine you for not following the rules. And then you'll have to move out or something. I don't know. Like, I don't think they can like sell your house. They have the right to fine you. Yeah, I think the HOA thing is kind of wild. I kind of get it for people who are like, listen, this is what I want. I don't want anybody to go outside of the boundaries. Like, these are the rules we want. We want every fence to look like this. We want people to be like snippety snap with their lawn care and yada yada. We all have the same signs. I don't want cars, like, I don't want junk cars parked at, you know. Fine. If you want that, I understand. I get it. But I just don't want to be, I don't want to be regulated that hard, so. Four of us have a house with that? No, I don't. No. I don't have that. Very nice. Those monsters make me feel less afraid of the dentist. Nice. Thank you, Lilymon. I appreciate that. I do hate the dentist too. No, I don't hate them, but you know what I mean. I would rather never go again. Man, there are some super affordable houses in Southwest Illinois. Like, what do you think is affordable? Like, decent houses, or like they need to be completely rebuilt? from the ground up. You guys want to buy a house? You guys want to buy a house? Not really. I don't. Whatever. Okay, it's a good day. Need to go. See you guys after tomorrow. Thank you, Sarah Gigo. Thank you, Sarah Gigo. Like Future World, what are you saying? Like 100K or less? That's affordable by today's standards. Like what? 1,400 square feet, or what are we talking about? The only thing I know about United States is there are many tornadoes and bathrooms. Wait, tornadoes and dangerous rains. Our state has tornadoes, but they're not too bad here. Um, 3 bedroom, at least 1.5 bathrooms, garage. That's not bad. I wonder what's wrong with it. That sounds like that doesn't sound like that doesn't sound right, especially like because you live above me. Like you live, I think you're like I don't want to die, but you're closer to Chicago. I would think the prices would be more horrific up there, unless it's like unless it's just crime infested or something. I don't know. That sounds really cheap for up north. Good luck for your family. Will be very comfortable, closer to St. Louis. I see. I see. I imagine HOAs are freeholders were originally designed to stop the truly horrendous neighbors, but now those legal devices are so standard and pervasive that they are used to control everyday Joe that's just trying to live there. Yeah, it all turns into a nightmare. Yeah, I think that's basically what happened. Is like, if there was a need for that because of some people, and then like it turned into micromanaging everyone's life into oblivion. Houses where I live go for over 300,000. They go, but that's the thing is like houses where I live go for over 300. It just depends on like it's hard to find houses that are like here in my area. If I look at Zillow, if you find something for like 120 to 150,000, that's like a fixer upper now. Like it's like absolutely insane. I think we're gonna I think we're gonna see a housing bubble. Like I don't see how this could be maintained. Because like you can't have young people just have like zero hope of owning a house one day. I think there's gonna be a bubble crash type of deal. You know, I don't know. Maybe unless BlackRock just keeps buying up houses, then there just won't be a crash. We'll just have a civil war. I don't know. You know what I mean? Because people have to move out at some point. Kind of don't like the feet on this guy a little bit. I know I'm going kind of slow here, but things really kind. I gotta think a little bit here and kind of slow down and render things a little slowly because there's a big area that I kind of want to have the center of light be kind of. I know the light is coming from here, but I kind of want this area to kind of be the focal point, kind of be here. I'm just gonna cheat and say that there is a light there, kind of. I'm gonna emphasize this area here. Oh, yeah, the prices are crazy in the UK too. I didn't buy my first house until I was 42. Yeah, exactly. To be fair, I was a bit reckless with my money management in the 20s, 30s, but my situation isn't unique for people my generation. Yeah, that's just what it is now. It's kind of like those trailers look more and more tempting, you know? Because a lot of them are like nice little houses inside. It's just that you live in a trailer, but it's not. I don't think they're that bad. A lot of them. Like I said, I got really lucky. Like I lucked out because I got super duper lucky. In a certain sense. Found a decent house for 140 in Pekin, Illinois, but it's so far away from my hometown. Realistically, only way the average person can make a decent income is just to buy as many cheap places as they can and rent them out. I just can't stand the thought of having to manage a bunch of tenants. I can't even cope with a roommate. But if yeah, roommates are kind of a gamble because like roommates are hard sometimes. It can go either way. But normally it'll be negative. Normally the experience will be awful. But if one feels like they can manage some tenants, then I'd highly recommend it as a realistic way of getting reasonably rich. I've seen I was watching a UK. It was a UK show about this elderly couple. They bought like one of those quadplexes, and they had just one person that moved in that was like they checked and their credit came back. I forget. It was like they got duped, and like this person moved in and they trashed the place. They trashed it, and they couldn't get them to move out, and they couldn't get new people to move in because it was so destroyed and kind of like dangerous with that person inside. And like the lawfare, you know, obviously they can't afford a bunch of like, it was difficult for them to like submit all the paperwork to like begin the process of like legally moving that person out. Just like it's like a thing that's like, man, it's like you're really, you know, I agree. I just would be cautious of, you know, if you're like a first time kind of property owner, putting all your eggs in like a basket of like buying some sort of a fourplex and hoping that that's going to be how you retire. Because if one of those four people ends up being crazy, like you're just you know, you're just kind of screwed there. It's really hard to make this paper dark. That's why I was thinking about going back to white. Is just like some of these papers, like this gray in particular, is like really hard to get any contrast going. You got to really punish the paper with and it's not even the lead, because the tone brown seems to not be like this at all. You can still put down some good contrast with a pencil by just with this. You got to do like 30 layers, it seems like, to kind of get anywhere with it. That's kind of partially why it's taking so long. I do like the smaller size of the paper, but Jesus. My sister and her partner is good at not putting up with any nonsense. They have no problem taking out the delinquent tenant. I wish I had that skill, but I do not. Like, you mean, so is it like they know the legal nuances or the emotional side of it? Because yeah, I mean, it is. If that's how you're feeding yourself, I don't think I don't think buying properties or like renting them out is like immoral. I personally, like, I'm like you, like I wouldn't want to deal with those people, but I don't think it's like bad to be a landlord necessarily, because like people don't take into account, I think, that like, sure, it seems unfair if someone's just they're like born into just owning land and then they can just chill, but for the person that kind of makes it on their own and they just buy properties and slowly figure out that system, it's like, yeah, but I had to sacrifice my 20s and 30s to get here. That's why now I have an income where I don't have to actively work for it, right? Like, and the other people didn't do that, so they don't have that. Like, you know what I mean? So it is like both legal and emotional. Yeah, I think I would have a hard time being like, hey, bro, like, you gotta go outside. Sorry, like, I think I wouldn't want to deal with that personally, but I totally get it. Because I'm sure there's like, yeah, the legal stuff too. You got to know when to submit the paperwork, get the process going, and it's like, but I'm not a hater on that system. I'm just saying I wouldn't personally want to be involved in it. It'd be kind of hard to tell someone to be like, no, outside. Not outside. You sleep outside now. It'd be I couldn't do it. My sister is relatively ethical. My uncle, though, he is ruthless piece of shit landlord. I wouldn't rent from him. Yeah, but the thing, yeah, I get it, but I don't, it's one of those things where I don't know how bad. I don't know if you have to be. That's the thing is I'm not sure. Like I'm not sure if like you have to be that guy. Like I don't, you know what I mean? I don't know if he is that guy and it just happens to fit in with that job, or that's just who you have to be to like be effective in that market and circumstance. Because if people just did their job and then they just turned in rent on time, then it'd be super awesome. It'd be like amazing. It's an old age question. Is it better to be feared or loved? Yo, drawings are getting cool. Lol, Lulima. Thank you. Thank you, Dooney. Junie, how's it going? But I think this one's gonna be a cool picture. I'm glad it went in the direction that it did. Found a gigantic old Victorian house for 49K. Yeah, that's gonna have a lot of fixing. Find me like an old kind of like maybe not a schoolroom, but like some little factory. I think some little industrial, like kind of 1920s brick would be kind of cool to live in. Like turn it into a loft. But all of that still sounds like a lot of money though. I think there's a better and easier ways for an average person to make money. Just invest equities, shares, where anyone can start small. I think that's true. I think that, you know, I know this sounds lame, but maxing out your 401k, for instance, if they, especially if they percent match you, if they're matching you, just max that out. You know, there's investments that are more passive, that if you just have a regular job and you're putting 15% over the course of 30 years, you're going to end up being a millionaire. Fact. Facts. You know, just most people just don't do it. Finished work, published my video in my channel in Portuguese, trying to persuade people to buy my my paperback book called Renata a Fia. Renata the Ugly in English. Oh, nice. Yeah, I just don't have what it takes to finish a book. Even reading one is kind of tough, let alone writing and publishing. You guys are so... so many of my followers are like, they're so productive. I'm having a hard time finishing a book, just reading it. You guys are publishing stuff? What the... I have more books, some in English. Nice. Very cool. 30 years later, you're a millionaire, but then you die of cancer. True. True. Well, that's why you got to make sure you're playing Call of Duty in case you die of cancer. That way, you don't want to work very hard and then find out you have cancer. At least you enjoyed your time. You know, I always endorse, like, make sure you're playing a lot of Call of Duty. I wrote Werewolf Angel in English, and it's in Amazon, but only has an ebook. Oh, I wish you could drop a link. I want to check that out. Werewolf Angel kind of sounds interesting. I would buy that. I saw a great meme a while back. It said something along the lines of, you should use your computer as much as possible because when you die you won't have access to it anymore. And that's kind of how I live my life. I'm like, that's so true. I should just play a couple more rounds of Call of Duty just in case when I die, in case it's a nightmare where there's no Call of Duty. It's a funny book, to me at least. I gotcha. Yeah. Also find a lot of strange stuff funny, so I don't blame you. Found one in Dearborn Park for eight. Found one in Dearborn Park for 18,500,000. Nice. Send me the link. I wanna buy that. I'm gonna need to become a little bit of a bigger streamer, but that's cool. If I know I'm going to die in 6 months, I will probably just spend my time playing COD. I'm not joking. It's a meditative pursuit. I think I would too. I think I would do something like that. But I would be super chill too, dude. I would be so chill. Now that you know it's over, you might as well just be super chill about everything. Honestly, the cool thing if there is a little bit of an upside. It's like, have you guys ever had a time when you were leaving a job, and that last week or two, you're kind of like you're still working, but you're kind of they know you're leaving, you're leaving, and I feel like it'd be the same thing if you were like if I was to find out I was gonna die in like 6 months, bro. It's kind of like you already are like halfway out. You just don't care. People are telling you this and that, and it's like, dude, I don't care anymore. I bet one would get super good at COD. It will be like being a hyperbolic time chamber. Yeah. I think I'm gonna have to sell this house the way the economy is going. Why is that, Future Oil? Are you really looking for other houses? Is that why you're on Zillow? Or I'm assuming you're on Zillow. That's the one I use. Future Oil, maybe we'll have like a super chill winter this time. You know what I mean? That's what I'm hoping for. Is like we'll have like this kind of weather all year. That would be kind of dope. I have to go. Sorry, be back another day. See ya. Thank you, Dooney. I appreciate the stop by. You know, I was just thinking I should start a YouTube channel and I should promote the opposite of self-help and just be like, stop accomplishing, stop worrying. Like, just go in the opposite of the alpha male bro kind of scene of endless self-improvement and just kind of like push the narrative in the other direction. I think there's no one's doing that. Like, stop improving. It's tiresome. Mesad Baumgard on Instagram does what you're saying. He does funny videos essentially saying fuck the standard bullshit of life. I see. I'm kind of like that. I think as I get older, the philosopher that appeals to me the most is the Diogenes guy that told Alexander the Great to move out of his sunlight. But I'm also not a hater. If someone wants to, like, if they want to do stuff, I'm for it. I just, you know. And sometimes I do want to do stuff, but I think there's too much emphasis on, like, this constant improvement. And, I think it's driving people nuts. You know. I'm gonna walk my little one to the park. See you next time. Oh, nice, man. I followed this guy. Jipochi, send me the guy. I felt every single F word he felt on saying. Jipochi, send me the link to that guy. I want to check it out. I want to see who he's talking about. I'm sure I've come across it, maybe. Or there's a good chance that I did, but... It's exhausting, this endless pressure to be one's best self. Yeah, because it's like, it's the, yeah, I kind of agree. Like, sometimes I do feel like I'm like, dude, I'm just, like, done improving. Right? Like, I'm just done with it. He's been touring a lot of, lately. I'll send you on Insta. Nice. You know what? I think we should promote more something more along the lines of being your medium self. Like be your mid. Aim for mid. Aim for the middle of your best. You are enough. Nice. I think it's a good message to go with. Yeah, just sometimes video games is like watching a movie, but you're interacting with the best game to play. That way is The Walking Dead. Yeah, we should start promoting You Are Enough. It sounds a little cringe, but that's kind of where I'm going with all of this. Mid is a reasonable goal. Yeah. We should have that on like we should have that on like some like not a poster, but what is it, the I don't no one looks at them anymore, but those highway signs or whatever. We should just have that displayed across the cities. I think the funniest trademark this, put it on the shirt. I think that the funniest disappointing affirmations meme I've seen is the one that says like you're doing the best you can, which is kind of embarrassing. And it has like a waterfall in the background. That's like my favorite one. I used to randomly take those and post them on Facebook as memes. I think people got that they were jokes, but I'm not sure. Listening to this music makes me want to draw one of these guys with like one of those like medieval three-string whatever kind of tool, whatever instruments that they used to play in the Middle Ages. I think that would be a funny scene. Riding on the back of one of those hay carts. Maybe that should be my next image anyway. Just draw like a medieval dude on, with like a little balalaika kind of instrument. I feel like this finger's too long there. The music makes me want to put on a skirt and whirl around a tavern. Says Jupochi, I didn't say that. I mean, I definitely see frolicking in the fields kind of energy. Peasants would go wild for this back in the day. One second, I gotta take off my hoodie. It's getting quite hot in here. Okay. Highway sign, you need to clean your house as many times as you need to turn up to work to not get fired. Be your best midlife. Thank you for the follow. I think I'll drink some beer. Nice. Medi. Wait. Medi. Mishap. Nice. Parts of this music remind me of music from Prometheus. Yeah, it kind of makes me think of like Band of Brothers or something like that. Like, it's kind of like, especially like this part. Or like, you know, it kind of reminds me of like Medal of Honor, like those kind of games. I haven't watched Band of Brothers for ages. That used to be my regular rotation of series that I watch over and over again. Nice. Cheers. Have a nice beer. Nice. I think that would be a bit darker in this area. Sorry, I'm just kind of. Yeah, I think I gotta do this up a little darker here. Will you watch the new Tron movie? I have nostalgic fondness for the original 80s movie. I don't mind the one from 2010, but didn't love it. We can. I mean, I'm not against watching it. Tyler Cultus says, "Are you Paul Bonner?" I feel like this is the same person from YouTube because somebody said that on YouTube. No, it was on Kick. It was on a different platform. Yeah, but no, I'm clearly not Paul Bonner because that's a different person. But thank you. I have seen his work and I do enjoy it. Very detailed stuff. This can't be an accident. This can't be an accident that somebody else said Paul Bonner, but on a different, because it's got to have been a person that migrated. How about spikes on hair on them? You aren't? No, no. We can put like some ugly hairs, like some kind of like really gross hair modules like coming out of here. We can do something like that. It's got that guy. We can watch that movie if Chipochi can find it. I do think like insect-like hairs on these things would make them even less appealing to look at. I think adding a few strands of hair would make them look more creepy. Yeah, we can do that. Like add the black dot and like a bunch of like 3 or 4 like really thick hairs going out the back. I think that would make them even less pleasant to know that they like could exist in some alternate universe. Could have sworn I just saw my dog out of the corner of my eye, but it was just a table. Or it was like the way the light was hitting the table. You ever have that? You think you for sure saw something, but it was just weird light. I think I'm losing my sanity over here. A psychologist once said those things one sees in the corner of their eye are a very mild form of schizophrenia. She was suggesting we lay on the schizophrenia spectrum, with most people being very low on the spectrum. I don't care much enough. I don't. The scene a ghost, a mild schizo too. The scene ghost, a mild schizo. Yeah, because my mom's sister sees things that we don't. Lol. She's even more religious than me, and she said, "Wait, we don't." And she's even more religious than me. She said she saw someone on a rooftop. I stayed there alone to get some air, and it was peaceful. I was convinced I saw a legless ghost, which at the end of my bed once as a child I was probably dreaming. Slipknot fan says, did you see that horror about a dog that can see ghosts? It's called Good Boy. No, I didn't see that. No, I didn't see that. Do you guys want to see Tron today or tonight? It's okay if you guys don't. I don't know how to find. I don't know how Jiposhi finds those movies, but I'm sure it's all like legal and stuff. But dude, me too. It was probably a wild dream. I had a similar one, but it was a dark shadow with a deer head, with human body just standing in front of me in the room. I probably won't be awake for the movie Discord later, but I will be there in spirit. Ah, I see. Very grateful for your stream, man. No kidding. I was about to quit indefinitely my art. Now I start drawing again somehow. I never felt like art was working for me at one. I never felt like art was working for me at one point. We are converting slowly the lost back to the art world. You know, I've had not one person tell me that. Maybe that is my purpose. I'm slowly making more artists. Cause that isn't the first person that's, not even the second or third now, that's told me they went back to art after watching the stream. Very good. Very good. Maybe there is a purpose to all of this. Yuri inspiring people? I try. Stopped but felt super odd without it sometimes. Yeah. Ooh, you know what's a good would you rather? Would you rather never have financial strife ever in your life, like you have always money, right? Like you can live a middle class lifestyle and you don't have to work, or you never draw again. You can never pick up a pencil and draw again. I think that's a really good would you rather. Because the thing is it's tempting, right? It's like, ah man, I don't know, just playing COD and playing COD and just hanging out with friends would be pretty cool. I still see it to believe phrase on Ghost. I'm still at see it to believe it phase on Ghost. I've been sleeping a lot lately, lol. Sorry I missed watching with you though. It's okay. Your legless witch too. Hopefully she's your guardian angel. Unfortunately, she doesn't give me a BJ like the ghost that Dan Aykroyd from original Ghostbusters. I'll take the money. I completely understand that. I completely understand that. I don't blame anyone for just taking the money because life is rough and money fixes a lot of issues. And it's like, man, I get it. Bro, weren't you a kid though? Yeah, that would be bad. You can't have that. The Ghostbuster comment, lol. Somebody liked it. But yeah, we'll add in the goofy hair, the strands of hair coming out of the back of their heads. Almost like antenna for when they climb through hallways or like very enclosed spaces, so they can sense like how far away things are. I guess that's what cockroaches use, is like cats too. They use their whiskers as antennas to like sense if they're gonna get stuck somewhere. My work is done. I'd love to watch the original Tron, but is it reliable for Discord movie session? It's okay. No, it's totally fine. We don't even know if we're gonna watch it. I know I'm definitely gonna walk the dog, eat, and then play COD. If anybody wants to get in touch for a movie, that's you know, separate. Or someone would have to contact me for that or something. But I'm probably gonna play just Call of Duty for the rest of the day after this. If I'm being honest, that's kind of what I'm in the mood for. But I recommend Discord movie group watch Tron. It's really all about if Jiposhi wants to do it, because he's gonna have to commandeer the ship for that. I just show up and I hit OK. Like I just show up. It's like potlucks. I don't contribute. I just show up. I like food. I like eating food. That's the extent of like where my passion ends, though. You know what? The context of this could easily be switched if I titled this "Our Children" or something like that, and they're just watching like the new birth, like egg sex kind of being held up. The entire context would be changed immediately. I'm almost thinking of doing that. I just think that would be kind of funny, calling it something like "The Children" or something. I'd have to change the egg satchel, like what's inside of there. It can't be like a little six-legged snake thing. It's have to be something else. But on the outside of that, it's a pretty cool idea. I don't really like to switch up the lore like that, but it would work. Like it's just an altar where they're worshiping the new babies coming in. It's a kind of a neat idea. 80s version is a visual treat or a headache-inducing nightmare depending on one's visual taste. I can only imagine. Yeah, 80s was still a little bit rough for me. Some of the 80s stuff is like, it's a little bit like, I don't know. Mama's favorite drink. I haven't watched that Tron version. Though. The original Tron is delectably 80s. I was watching the 1987 Invasion of the Body Snatchers. It felt weird to see some good FX from movies in the era while we have somehow hit or a miss CGI effects in this era. Yeah, I think it's not that they can't do it. A lot of the time, like, I was watching a whole documentary on it. A lot of times what will happen is, like, they hire a studio and they give them a time frame and a budget that aren't realistic, and they gotta cut corners to make it, like, you know, they don't want to put you know, it's not so much the technology isn't there. They just they wanna they offer them a contract and then they like scale like whenever it comes time to like cut money out of the budget, they're like, can we cut, you know, can we cut this out? You know? It's like, can you guys do this, just work more hours for like less? So I think that's kind of what's going on there. The special effects of pre-CGI were real objects. They look naff, but there is a grounded feel to them, as opposed to CGI, which is basically a sophisticated cartoon, which doesn't feel grounded. The only CGI I've ever seen, not the only one, but the one that like shows like really good CGI is the bugs in Starship Troopers when they're walking. They had the people that were that were animating the bugs were actually like the puppet people. They weren't the computer people, and then they layered the CGI over the sort of the skeletons that were animated by the people that do the animatronic, not the animatronic, but like the frame by frame kind of thing, and it was like a mix of those two things. That's why the bugs feel so like they have weight in that franchise, in that movie. But yeah, most like when you watch like later Starship Troopers, when they like made the cartoons, the CGI cartoons, everything feels weightless. But that's mostly due to the lack of experience of the. It's hard for someone to be at that level where they can like simulate that level of accuracy. Like you have to really be paying attention to how animals move for years and trying to replicate that. Most CGI is gonna be like legs move, like they're not, you know, it just takes a whole different level of understanding of like how something moves to distribute its weight in a realistic way. That's why Starship Troopers is the only example of where that works. Well, not only see the issue too is like I think CGI gets a bad rep because a lot of really good CGI you don't see it because it's done really well. So you like a helicopter flies by or stuff in the background gets filled in, or you know there's movies I was shocked to find out how much CGI there was that you just don't notice because it's well done, but when it's really bad it sticks out like a sore thumb. So I think it's kind of a, you know, I think it's a good tool and it can be done right. It's just that I think that a lot of times when things are poorly budgeted, that's where they go to cut the money out first. Is like they just tell them to like work harder, and you know, and then they just don't, and you know, you just end up with something really sloppy looking. But I don't think that's the fault of the studio necessarily. I think a lot of times it's a lot of things that come together to make a bad or good product. I sometimes feel like Egg D Monsters, RD Forks I meet every day. I'm like a monster too, you see, but I live very solo sometimes. Lilymon, I didn't fully understand what you said, but I think I totally get it. I understand what you're saying. Alright guys, I think I'm gonna go take a break for the rest of the day. Lila Queen of Darkness, good afternoon. I was just about to leave, but thank you for stopping by. Sorry, I was about to drop out. I gotta go walk the dog and other stuff, go eat and stuff. But how's your day going, Lila Queen of Darkness? Hope your day was good. In the end, money still has power. It does, but at the same note though, you look at franchises that did pour a lot of money, like not to be super critical, but for instance, I'm sure people liked it, and I'm not saying it's total trash, but the Lord of the Rings series is a good example of how you can't just throw money on top of a burning pile of poo and fix it. It like it just didn't matter. Like they had the biggest budget, they had all the support, they had access probably to anyone on Earth they wanted to hire for that show, and it was like mid, you know. So I think it kind of goes both ways. In terms of like the budget issues, money can fix a lot of problems, but I think Lord of the Rings series kind of shows that like actually it can't fix all the problems, no matter how much money you pour on it. CGI looks good when it's shown quickly and integrated properly into the lighting of the overall scene. CGI looks bad when it's shown at length in the bright light of day. True. I think there's truth to that. Finished my Hellbot drawing, but still not happy with one part of it. Post it on Whip Art on Discord. We'll check it out. Anyway, I'm gonna get out of here. And go eat some tacos or something like that. Anyway, love you guys. Bye.